Und ich kann es immer noch nicht glauben, denn zwischendurch schien
Not one. Foreign wars while we are losing the fight at our own southern border. What we're doing is a slap in the face to the Americans who sent us here to represent them. Instead of debating legislation to close the border and fix the economy, we're about to send billions of dollars to one of the most corrupt countries in the world. The war in Ukraine is a stalemate, has been for a while. Pouring more money into Ukraine coffers will only prolong the conflict and lead to more loss of life. No one at the White House, the Pentagon, or the State Department can articulate what victory looks like in this fight. They couldn't when we sent the first tranche of aid over 2 years ago. We should be working with Ukraine and Russia to negotiate an end to this madness. That's called diplomacy, by the way, a tactic this administration has been completely unwilling to use. Instead, Congress is rushing to further bankroll the waging of a war that has zero chance of a positive outcome. The Speaker claims he is privy to special classified information that justifies support for this massive package. If this critical information exists, all elected representatives who are being asked to vote on this massive spending package have and should have access to it. Republican leaders in the Senate argued that Russia will roll through Ukraine and into NATO if we don't immediately send another $60 billion we don't have. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a letter signed by 50 or so, quote, high-ranking former intelligence officials, end quote, confirming this and the dire consequences of delay. Don't fall for it. I had a classified briefing from the Department of Defense just this morning. I can tell you there is no justification to prioritize Ukraine's security before our own. None. To add insult to injury, we are financing this conflict on the backs of the American taxpayer. As I said earlier, this country is $35 trillion in debt. Today, we're imprinting $80,000 a second. You heard that right, $80,000 a second, 4.6 million a minute. And I want this body to explain that to the American people next election. This is irresponsible and unsustainable. On top of that, we're now considering another $95 billion to that mountain of debt with this foreign package. This funding will be financed by deficit spending the American people will eventually have to pay back. This group doesn't have to pay it. American people do. It's easy to spend somebody else's money. Unlike this so-called loan to Ukraine, loan, we're hearing, which will never be repaid. Don't be fooled. Unfortunately, some of my colleagues will vote yes on this bill, claiming that, hey, this money for Ukraine is a loan. This was a concept originally floated by President Trump. However, this bill only allows the president to set the terms of loan repayment. The president, not in this bill. It lets him cancel the payment anytime and the interest on it. Sounds a little fishy to me. I and the majority of the Americans am highly skeptical that we will ever see a cent paid back to the American taxpayer. If the chickens are going to come home to roost, and when they do, it's going to get really, really ugly. Every member of this body should be laser focused on getting our own house in order, not bankrolling foreign wars. $26 billion of this foreign aid package is supposedly for Israel. Sadly, that's not reality. If you read the fine print, $9 billion of that funding would go to the Palestinians for what is being billed as humanitarian aid for Gaza. Of course, sending any money to Gaza will immediately be used to line the pockets of Hamas terrorists. They will provide zero relief to the civilians suffering under their control. There is no requirement that any hostages also in this bill be released for any exchange of this money. Why is that not happening? We have American citizens, we have Israeli citizens that have been captive for 5-6 months. We're giving $20-something billion, $9 billion to the people that are holding hostages, and we're not getting any relief from the people that are suffering as hostages going on 6 months. Why in the world would America agree to funding both sides of this war? Israel is our greatest ally in the Middle East. We should be standing firm in support of our friends in their battle against Hamas. Sadly, the White House is more focused on playing politics, and appeasing the radical pro-Palestinian base. Why else would we send billions of dollars to Hamas? Is this a political payoff in an election year? Sounds like it to me. What a sad state of affairs this country is in. While Congress rushes today to bankroll Ukraine and the Palestinians, our leadership is avoiding the key crisis facing our nation. Our southern border, wake up. According to a recent Gallup poll, immigration is the top concern of people in this country that pay our bills. But the American people, we're just sold out. It's that simple. You are witnessing the swamp at its worst, a swamp more concerned about maintaining power and being smarter than everybody else and lining the pockets of their friends and then representing the interests of the American people. Colleagues, wake up. The clock's ticking. How many Americans must die before we take on our own security as serious as we're taking on other people's borders, including Ukraine? We lose 100,000 people a year to fentanyl. Does anybody care in this body? Hadn't heard it. This is a direct result of the border policies of President Biden. Fentanyl is manufactured in China and ran by the cartel in Mexico. At what point does that horrific reality become important enough for us to come in here and vote and shut this dang border down? The left loves to tell you about threats. What kills more Americans than the Biden border policy? What kills more Americans than the Biden border policy? Nothing. Biggest disaster in the history since I've been alive and a citizen of this country. Ukraine is losing soldiers by far fewer than the number of Americans who are dying from fentanyl. We have to take care of our own people before we take care of the rest of the world. The Biden administration is failing this country. We know what the problem is. We know the solution, but nobody wants to solve it. That's an ineffective government. President Trump proved that we can get operational control of our border. He had control. The problem is no one in this administration or this body actually wants to solve this problem, which means we are also failing this country. Americans are counting on this body to stand up and correct the course. I hope we don't let them down. And for these reasons, I will be voting against this massive supplement of taxpayer money that we don't have today going to Ukraine. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, we meet this week at a critical time. The threats we face on the world stage are demanding our attention in a way that we have not seen in decades. From the Middle East to Europe to the Indo-Pacific, weakness from President Biden has allowed chaos to spread across this globe. In Israel, they are in a fight for survival against genocidal Hamas terrorists. In the Indo-Pacific, China is saber-rattling and making provocative moves towards Taiwan and the Philippines. In Ukraine, Russia continues its brutal war of aggression by committing war crimes against innocent civilians. But right here at home, we're facing a crisis of our own. Most notably, the worst border crisis in American history. The truth is that the consequences of our border crisis affect our citizens the most. For example, in my home state of North Carolina, we've seen a 22% increase in drug overdose deaths, the highest level ever recorded. This is primarily due to deadly fentanyl that was transported into our country through an open southern border on President Biden's watch. Police departments from Charlotte to Raleigh have uncovered tens of thousands of pounds of fentanyl, enough to kill every man, woman, and child, not just in North Carolina, but in the whole country. And right now, we have an administration ignoring that crisis, and the only attempt the Senate made to address it, it fell far short of what's needed. So, as we again debate foreign aid and foreign spending, I will repeat what I've said throughout the process. We must secure our own border before we help other countries protect theirs. In order to be a strong nation, we first have to have a strong border here at home. During one of my recent telephone town halls a few months ago, I asked a poll question to the thousands of people that had joined me that evening on the phone. I asked, if you could be assured that the southern border was secure, would you then support sending aid to allies and partners? Roughly 2/3 of the respondents said yes. You see, most people aren't opposed to helping our friends. They just think that we need to take care of our own country first. For me, America first does not mean America only. So, when I oppose this package, it won't be because I oppose helping our friends and our allies. We should send Israel the weapons they need to eliminate Hamas and free the remaining hostages. One, by the way, who is a North Carolinian. We should counter the Chinese Communist Party's military aggression in the Indo-Pacific and its social media subversion inside our country. We should counter Russia's brutality and force Putin to the negotiating table on terms most favorable to Ukraine. We should rebuild the arsenal of democracy and make significant investments in our national defense. We should do all those things, but not before we fix what affects our own citizens first. Too many Americans are suffering. Too many Americans are dying. This is an order of priorities. And my first priority as a United States Senator will always be to make life better for us here in the United States and back home in North Carolina. I will oppose this foreign aid package because we must put America first. Not alone, but first. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Mr. President, are we in a quorum?
We are not.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise today not in defense of TikTok, but in defense of TikTok's users, especially the 170 million American users. Congress is rapidly heading towards passing legislation that will likely result in the blocking of the most popular application among young people in this country, an app whose fundamental purpose is to facilitate and promote speech, an app that has revolutionized how people connect, share, do business, and communicate online, an app that is bringing competition to the heavily concentrated social media market. It should be a serious flag that a bill with such significant implications for freedom of speech and online competition has gone from being an idea in the House of Representatives to all of a sudden being passed on the floor of the Senate in a matter of weeks, just weeks. So when political elites who otherwise fiercely disagree with each other come together to pass legislation that may result in significant censorship, yes, censorship, often in the name of national security, we should be hypervigilant about the true intentions of this legislation. Episodes in history of using national security as a pretext to crack down on dissenting or unpopular speech loom as warnings about the ease of compromising our values when national security is supposedly at stake. I want to be clear. I rise today on this greatest of debate floors not to defend TikTok. I don't deny that TikTok poses some national security risks. Instead, I come here today with a plea to my colleagues to think carefully about the impact of this bill, the consequences of its implementation, and the trade-off between supposed national security threats and freedom of expression and basic rights to free speech. This legislation may address or at least mitigate a national security risk, but it could and likely will result in widespread censorship. And this censorship would predominantly impact young people in our country, many of whom are just gaining their political consciousness and obtaining the right to vote. We should be clear-eyed about these stakes. Censorship is not who we are as a people. We should not downplay or deny this trade-off. Some say the legislation merely forces ByteDance to sell TikTok within a year. That's a sale that won't affect its users at all. The ownership will change, so bill supporters say, but the app will stay the same. Realistically, the actual chances of a divestment in a year, if ever, are very small. A TikTok sale would be one of the most complicated and expensive transactions in history, requiring months, if not years, of due diligence by both government and business actors. We should be very clear about the likely outcome of this law. It's really just a TikTok ban. And once we properly acknowledge that this bill is a TikTok ban, we can better see its impact on free expression. 170 million users, 170 million Americans use TikTok to watch videos, learn about the news, run a business, and keep up with the latest pop culture trends. They connect with friends and family, sell new products, and build community. The culture and expression on TikTok are unique and unavailable anywhere else on the internet. In fact, TikTok is a threat, a business threat to Facebook and Instagram and other American companies precisely because of its unique style and community, which cannot be replicated anywhere else. And while many of my colleagues are sincere in their fears for U.S. national security, others appear to support this legislation for a far more dangerous reason. They want to ban TikTok because of its users' content, because of TikTok's viewpoint. They don't like that many TikTok users support progressive or liberal politics or perspectives that they simply don't agree with. The bill's supporters dress up this censorship by arguing that the Chinese government is manipulating TikTok's algorithm to promote certain viewpoints. In this view, a TikTok ban is about combating Chinese propaganda, not penalizing TikTok's content. TikTok is, from their perspective, poisoning the minds of young Americans with pro-communist China propaganda. This isn't just some hypothetical risk, critics say, but an actual ongoing operation by the Chinese Communist Party. Don't be fooled by these arguments. Although the Chinese government certainly censors online speech in China, there's no credible evidence that the CCP has done so in the United States through TikTok. In fact, when U.S. national security officials talk about the risk of China manipulating TikTok's algorithm, they refer to it as a hypothetical risk. A hypothetical risk. This is the real objection, an objection to the political content, the most valuable and protected speech in a democracy. We should be very clear about the impact and intent of this legislation. This bill is, for all intents and purposes, a ban on TikTok, and it is intended to suppress disfavored speech on the platform, plain and simple. We could see that in the cross-examination, the questioning in the House of Representatives hearing on this subject. For my colleagues who are awake to this reality, they may nevertheless believe that such speech suppression is a small cost to pay to keep Americans safe. To them, I urge a strong note of caution. The defense that a little speech suppression is necessary when our national security is at stake is ultimately un-American. This reasoning may seem convincing, but American history has too many examples of controversial laws that ultimately infringe on civil liberties in the name of national security. In the United States, we often look back on these episodes with regret. We should not add TikTok to that history. So don't get me wrong, TikTok has its problems. Number one, TikTok poses a serious risk to the privacy and mental health of our young people. In fact, TikTok paid a fine for violating my Children's Online Privacy Protection Act just 5 years ago. But that problem isn't unique to TikTok, and it certainly doesn't justify a TikTok ban, which is what we heard over and over again in the House of Representatives in their hearing on this issue. And the reason is that YouTube and Facebook and Instagram and Snapchat are making our children sick as well and exploiting our children and teenagers and their information for profit. American companies are doing the same thing to the children and teenagers in our country, as is TikTok. So why aren't we thinking of this as a common goal that we're going to have in order to protect those teenagers and children? If the bill's supporters truly wanted to protect the well-being of our young people, they would broaden their lens and address the youth mental health crisis plaguing our children and teenagers that has, in part, been caused by big tech in the United States, along with TikTok. So I want you to hear the statistics to my colleagues. It's powerful. 1 in 3 high school girls in the United States just 2 years ago considered suicide. At least 1 in 10 American high school teenage girls attempted suicide that year. Attempted suicide. And amongst LGBTQ youth, the number is more like 1 in 5 attempted suicide just 2 years ago. Now, it's not exclusively because of social media. What TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Discord, all of them are doing, but it plays a big role according to our own Centers for Disease Control. It plays a big role according to our own Surgeon General. It plays a big role. And we should be talking about that out here. That's a clear and present danger. That's not a hypothetical danger. That's not a hypothetical threat that may occur sometime in the long distant future. It's happening right now. And if we're talking about TikTok, we should be talking about all the other companies at the same time. Instead of suppressing speech on a single application, we could be addressing the root causes of the mental health crisis by targeting big tech's pernicious privacy invasion business model of teenagers and children in our country. We could be passing my bipartisan Children and Teens Online Privacy Protection Act, our COPPA 2.0, and banning targeted ads to kids and teens on TikTok and everywhere else. My legislation with Senator Bill Cassidy has been intensely vetted, passed through Senate committee, and is supported by the chair and ranking member of the Senate Commerce Committee. And unlike a TikTok ban, it addresses a problem that is universally recognized, the compromised health and well-being of all of our children and teenagers. So today, if you hear out on the floor senators talking about the impact TikTok is having upon young people in our country, it's a good question, and we should be dealing with it, but you can't deal with it just by talking about TikTok. You have to talk about every American company that actually created the model that has led to this mental health crisis. And we're not doing that today. That's something that is a clear and present danger right now, not a hypothetical threat in the future, which is what we're actually doing by passing this legislation. But instead of protecting young people online, we're censoring their speech. And this is a grave mistake. We should be having a much bigger discussion right now about what the implications of this legislation is for the future. And I thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the opportunity to come out here on the Senate floor to talk about this very, very important issue. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. President.
Senator from Florida.
In a few hours, it appears, in a few hours here, the press headlines are going to read that the Senate just passed the Ukraine funding bill. That's what they'll call it. This bill's about a lot more than just Ukraine. There's a lot in this bill, and I want to go through some of it. First of all, it provides something I have strongly supported, which is providing, in this case, $26 billion to the state of Israel to defeat Hamas, to defend itself against its enemies. This is something we actually tried to pass on its own and could have passed on its own months ago. It was blocked. It was held hostage for Ukraine funding, but it's something we should have done months ago. It's interesting, you know, I think Israel in and of itself is a miracle country. On the first day of its existence, it was invaded, I believe, by 12 separate armies. The whole world thought they would be overrun and defeated very quickly, and they survived. And they have, throughout their entire existence, had to deal with the fact that everywhere they turn, they have enemies all around them. It also happens to be the only pro-American democracy in the Middle East. And today it's engaged in a battle to not just defeat these vicious criminals and terrorists who committed a slaughter on the 7th of October of last year, but they also have to deal with rockets being launched against them from Lebanon. You have 90-something thousand potentially Israelis permanently displaced in their own country. They can't go back to where they live in the northern part of the country. And then the threat from Iran and the threat from all the terror groups, Hezbollah and the like, that are constantly targeting Israel. And then having to face all the things that are happening around the world as well in this effort to delegitimize their right to exist as a Jewish state. I'm a strong supporter of funding for Israel's defense. We should have done this weeks and months ago. And it could have been done all on its own, as its own bill, but it was held hostage. It provides, this bill as well, $8 billion to help nations in the Indo-Pacific, particularly Taiwan. And the purpose of that is to build up the military capacity of our partners in the region, frankly, to dissuade and prevent the Chinese Communist Party from starting a war in the Indo-Pacific that would make the one that's now going on in Europe look like child's play, far more dangerous. And by the way, it does something I've been trying to do since 2019. I believe I was the first member of Congress to call for a banning, not a banning of TikTok, a banning of ByteDance, which is the company that owns TikTok. ByteDance sells TikTok, TikTok can continue to operate. But we should not have a company operating in the United States with the algorithm that it has and the access to the data that it has that powers that algorithm. We should not have a company like that operating in the United States that has to do whatever the Chinese Communist Party tells them to do. But the reason why the headlines are going to be about Ukraine funding is because that's the part of this bill that frankly has been controversial, that has people that oppose it. I personally believe it is in the national interest of the United States to help Ukraine. Ukraine was invaded, not once but twice, by Vladimir Putin. I supported Ukraine and helping Ukraine back in 2014, when they were first invaded by Putin, and President Obama would only supply them with blankets and meals ready to eat. And I support continuing to help them now to defend themselves. They didn't start this war. I support helping them defend themselves to the extent we can afford and to the extent we can sustain it. But while this invasion of Ukraine most certainly poses a national security interest to the United States and a risk to our country, the invasion of America across our southern border is even more important, is even more a severe threat. Today, and every single day for the last 3 years, thousands of people, many, if not most of whom we know very little about, are pouring into the United States across our southern border. And I made it clear months ago that while I support helping Ukraine, I would only vote to do so if the President issued executive orders that would help stop this. It was his executive orders ordering us not to enforce immigration laws that created the incentive and the driver that has led to this crisis, and only that, only executive orders to begin to enforce our immigration laws will allow us to stop what is happening now. But the President continues to refuse to issue those executive orders. He continues to refuse to enforce our immigration laws, and so the crisis continues. And sadly, just a few moments ago, we took a vote here that basically says that we here in the Senate will not be allowed to vote on amendments to make changes to this bill. And so we are left with the choice. I am left with this choice. If I want to help Israel, if I want to help Taiwan, if I want to ban ByteDance from operating TikTok in the United States, then I have to drop my demand that the President enforce our immigration laws. And by the way, I have to vote for billions of dollars to be spent on all kinds of programs around the world that I'll describe in a moment, including for people that are illegally entering this country. This is moral extortion. First of all, 9 million people over 3 years, that's what's entered our country. This is not immigration. We should always be a country that welcomes immigration and enriches our country. Controlled immigration, in which we control how many people come, who comes, knowing enough about them, that's immigration. 9 million people and counting in 3 years, that is mass migration. And mass migration is never good. There is never such a thing as a positive mass migration, particularly of 9 million people in 3 years. But at a time when our country, from the inside and the outside, is being infiltrated by people and by movements that seek to destroy America, mass migration is catastrophically dangerous. Last week, in a coordinated effort, and it was a coordinated effort, they admit it, in a coordinated effort to cause the most economic impact possible on the United States, at least until our leaders abandon Israel, that's their demand, we had pro-terrorist mobs, which is what they are. These are not protesters. These are pro-terrorist mobs, shut down traffic on an interstate highway in Oregon. They blocked passengers from getting to the airport in Chicago and Seattle. They closed down the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco. At this very moment, right now, as I speak on the Senate floor, some of our most prestigious universities, their campuses are closed because they've been taken over by pro-terrorist mobs, chanting things like harassing Jewish students to go back to Poland, they say. Others are chanting, "Go Hamas, we love you. We support your rockets too." Others, I've heard these chants. Here it goes. "We say justice, you say how. Burn Tel Aviv to the ground." The situation has gotten so intolerable that just 2 days ago, a rabbi advised Jewish students to leave Columbia University and go home for their safety. This morning, I got a text message from a friend, a Jewish friend, and I read something I never thought I would ever have to read. Here's what he wrote me. Quote, "I have to tell you, for the first time in my life, I see Jewish people scared for their safety and considering exit strategies from the USA, including buying homes in foreign countries and looking to liquidate USA assets." I never thought I would ever read that from anybody in America. These mobs, by the way, don't just want to destroy Israel. They want to destroy America. Some of these mobs are out there chanting "Death to America" in the streets of American cities. And as one of the mob leaders at one of these riots, this is what he said to a microphone, quote, "It's not just Genocide Joe that has to go. It is the entire system that has to go. Any system that would allow such atrocities and devilry to happen and would support it. Such a system does not deserve to exist on God's earth." You know what system he's talking about? This system our system of government. That's what he was talking about. Where did all this come from? How did all of this happen from one day to the next? How can things that we once only saw happening in the streets of Tehran, manufactured by the evil regime, those things are now being chanted in our streets, in our country? Where did this come from? The clues are everywhere. Hamas and Hezbollah have been very, very public about how these violent, anti-Israel, anti-Semitic mobs are part of their strategy to intimidate American leaders to support policies that will help destroy Israel. Hamas, Hezbollah, other terror groups, they have repeatedly called on their supporters around the world to protest in cities everywhere. And they boast about how their friends, what they call their friends on the global left, were actually now responding to their calls. By the way, they openly brag. This is all coming from interviews that they do on television programs that can be monitored. They openly brag about, this is a quote, because of the indoctrination, because of the introduction of colonialism, racism, and slavery studies into history curricula, end quote, they go on to say, many young Americans have been, my term I read today in the Wall Street Journal, have been groomed to support armed resistance, to support intifada in the United States. By the way, it's not just the mobs that we're seeing. Beyond that, as the director of the FBI has acknowledged, ISIS generates income, they generate revenue by running a human smuggling ring that brings migrants to the United States. And so just the bare minimum common sense would lead you to conclude that if ISIS has a business to smuggle migrants into the U.S., why wouldn't they use that to smuggle a few terrorists here to do in America what they did in Moscow a few weeks ago? So we have Hamas, and we have Hezbollah, and we have all these terror groups encouraging and supporting violent mobs calling for intifada inside America. We already have people here on student visas calling for death to America. And ISIS controls a migrant smuggling ring that they can use to bring people into the United States to conduct attacks. But if I want to help Israel, if I want to help Taiwan, if I want to help Ukraine, if I want to ban TikTok, I have to agree, I have to vote to do nothing to stop thousands of people a day that we know literally nothing about, just to allow them to come across our border and be released into our country. as far as some of the money that is being spent all over the world, and I have always supported the U.S. being engaged in the world, and I continue to be. But I ask you this. I have senior citizens. I have veterans, and they call my office, and they call our offices, and they say, I have nowhere to live. Housing's too expensive. I met a senior a couple days ago in his 80s. He still has to work nights as a security guard, and he literally lives in a mobile home. Not even a mobile home, in like a trailer, parked in someone's backyard. These people call. They've lived in this country their whole life. They served our country. And they call for help, and the most we can often do is help get them on a waiting list for Section 8 housing. This is a problem that exists in America right now. But if I want to help Israel, if I want to help Taiwan, if I want to help Ukraine, if I want to ban TikTok, I have to vote for spending billions of dollars to give to charity groups so they can fly people around the country here and put them up in hotel rooms, or so they can help for resettlement in another country. We have rich countries in the Middle East, allies of ours. But their leaders own some of the largest yachts in the world. Some of their leaders own some of the most expensive horses you could possibly buy in the world. They've built some of the most extravagant and luxurious resorts on the planet in some of these countries. These are rich countries and strong supporters of the Palestinian cause, as they call it. But if I want to help Israel, if I want to help Taiwan, if I want to help Ukraine, if I want to ban TikTok, I have to vote to send American taxpayer money to deal with the catastrophe that's been created by Hamas in Gaza. 100% by Hamas. There was no war. There was a ceasefire before Hamas crossed over and slaughtered and raped and kidnapped. But now the American taxpayer is on the hook. Look, I understand that in our republic, in our system of government, compromise is necessary. We have to do it all the time. I passed a lot of bills. I'm very proud of that. And every one of them involved me finding someone from a different ideological perspective, from the other side of the aisle, and you have to compromise. Meaning you're not going to get everything you want. You're going to have to give them something they want in exchange for something you want, or you may have to change the way you wrote what you want. That's what you have to do in order to pass laws. I understand compromise. I do. But this bill is not that. This bill's not compromise. This bill is basically saying that if I don't agree to drop my demands that the president secure our border, if I don't agree to spend billions of taxpayer dollars on all over the world to resettle people here and in other places in the midst of our own migratory crisis, if I don't agree to all of that, then Israel and Taiwan and Ukraine do not get the help they need and that I support, and that TikTok does not get banned. This is not compromise. This is legislative blackmail, and I will not vote for blackmail. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Nebraska.
Mr. President, does anybody believe that hashtag Stand With Kashmir is organically more popular than hashtag Taylor Swift? No, of course not. But right now on TikTok, Stand with Kashmir has more than 20 times more posts than hashtag Taylor Swift. This is a direct example of Chinese Communist Party using their control of TikTok to skew public opinion on foreign events in their favor. China is our chief foreign adversary in the world. They're a threat to our national security, our values, our economy. And the CCP works tirelessly every day to undermine our entire way of life. TikTok is one of the ways they're doing that. I understood that as governor. That's why I was the first governor in the country to ban the use of TikTok on state devices back in 2020. And that's why I'll be voting for this bill today. Today we are taking action to end the Chinese Communist Party's ability to own and operate TikTok in the United States. TikTok's active users include over 150 million Americans. That's almost half our country's entire population. It's become the most influential news platform in the country. The percentage of TikTok users who regularly get their news from this app has doubled since 2020. The problem, however, is that news is what slant news has, and it's entirely being controlled by the Chinese Communist Party. We don't allow this for TV stations or radio stations. You have to be a U.S. citizen to own a TV station or radio station in this country. Why are we letting our greatest adversary in the world own a news platform? TikTok, under CCP ownership, promotes or demotes content based on whether it aligns with the CCP's interests and its agenda. This has major real-world implications here at home and around the world. Look what's happening at our college campuses right now in this country. Pro-Hamas activists are taking over public spaces and making it impossible for campuses to operate. Jewish students are being told to leave campus because their universities can't guarantee their safety. There are a lot of other things wrong with this, including the failure to prioritize student safety over appeasement of terrorist sympathizers. But why is this happening? Well, let's look at where young people are getting their news. Nearly a third of adults 18 to 29, these young people in the U.S., are regularly getting their news exclusively from TikTok. Pro-Palestinian and pro-Hamas hashtags are generating 50 times the views on TikTok right now, despite the fact that polling shows Americans overwhelmingly support Israel over Hamas. These videos have more reach than the top 10 U.S. news websites combined. This is not coincidence. The Chinese Communist Party is doing this on purpose. They are pushing this racist agenda with the intention of undermining our democratic values. And if you look at what's happening at Columbia University and other campuses across the country right now, they're winning. I want to talk about another example that means a lot back to the folks back home where I represent Nebraska. We know that the COVID-19 pandemic originated in China. Instagram and TikTok currently have about the same number of users in the U.S. However, if you look at the content, there's a 401 ratio in the content that blames China for this pandemic on Instagram compared to TikTok. Again, Instagram 400 times the number of posts blaming China for COVID than on TikTok. On TikTok, the Chinese Communist Party has quashed dissent or criticism. And they've done this for Tiananmen Square, which again, on Instagram, there's 80 times the post around Tiananmen Square than there is on TikTok, and on Hong Kong, where there's 180 times the posts on Hong Kong's being censored or being repressed versus on TikTok. The federal government's job is to protect Americans against foreign and domestic threats. TikTok is a major foreign threat. The bill we are passing today puts an end to that. This bill ensures our citizens are not improperly targeted, surveilled, or influenced by any foreign adversary. Right now, the major threat is TikTok, but China can make another TikTok. That's why instead of going after any specific app, this bill simply prohibits marketplaces like the App Store or Google Play from hosting applications controlled by foreign adversaries. This is just common sense. It also establishes a narrow framework to protect against future apps. It allows the federal government to require divestment of applications controlled by a foreign adversary or face a prohibition on app stores and be denied access to the web hosting services in the United States. That power has very strict guidelines. The authority can only be exercised if an application is under the control of an adversarial foreign entity, presents a national security threat, and has over 1 million active users annually. It also protects individual users. No enforcement action can be taken against individual users of banned applications. Civil enforcement actions may only be initiated against companies that violate the act. The bill incentivizes China to divest from TikTok, or TikTok will face a ban. If TikTok is divested from the CCP, it can continue to operate in the U.S. If the restrictions are already in effect and TikTok is divested later, the restrictions will be lifted. I believe the Chinese Communist Party is the greatest threat we face in this nation. They're fighting smart, trying to undermine us from within and using technology like TikTok to do it. Together, by passing this bill, it is my hope that we will send a loud message and clear message that America is not open to the CCP for influence. We are taking a stand to protect our own, protect our values, and end a major Chinese Communist Party tool to attack us. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield back my time.
Mr. President,
Senator from Delaware.
are we in a quorum call?
Nope.
Mr. President, long before I ever thought of running for office, I was a little kid born in West Virginia, coal mining town called Beckley. And my sister and I ended up going to the same grade school, not too far from our house. And as a kid, I was pretty well behaved and didn't get into much trouble. But in first grade, I got in a fight. And I got in a fight. Some kid was picking on my sister, who was a year older, second grade. And he was a much bigger guy, and it was not a fair fight. And I got involved in it and took him out with one swing. And that was my last punch that I think I've thrown in anger. But I didn't like the idea of a big guy, a bully, trying to push around somebody, whether it's my sister or not. I've never cared for that in other situations, growing up and watching behavior of people in all kinds of different situations. Our country, if you go back to our founding, we were, you recall, we took on the biggest nation on earth, the strongest nation on earth, Great Britain. It was not a fair fight. They had us badly outdone, outnumbered. And somebody came to our rescue. And the person or the persons that came to our rescue were the French. And if it weren't for the French, we'd still be maybe a colony of Great Britain. But the French stood up and said, we're here to help. There was time for people to stand, countries to stand by and allow things to happen. There's a time to stand up and be heard. We were helped as a nation over 200 years ago by the French. We have, I think, a moral obligation to help make sure that the Ukraine has an opportunity to continue to go forward and to be a democratic nation. They are a democratic nation. They actually they elect their own leaders. And but Vladimir Putin doesn't care very much for that. Thinks that they shouldn't be allowed to do so, and has decided to use force to be able to take away the obligation, the opportunity to be a free nation. And we have a couple of opportunities. We can criticize Putin, the Russians, for what they're talking about doing, or we can actually do something about it. I served, I think I may be the last Vietnam veteran serving here in the United States Senate. But if you go out from here, I like to run, and many mornings when I've gone for a run here in the Capitol, I'll run out to the Lincoln Memorial. And I run, on my way back, I run right by the Vietnam Memorial. And it's a black granite, and there are the names of, I want to say, maybe 59,000 people who died in that war and that I served in. We got involved in that war. It was not a popular war. It wasn't popular with my generation, but we got involved in that war. The communists, North Vietnam, were coming in and trying to take over the South, and we ended up, for better for worse, siding with the South, and we know what the outcome turned out to be. But a lot of people died. A lot of people died in that war, and I know a number of them, and my guess is my colleagues do as well. I tell that story because we have a situation here that's not altogether different, in which the Ukrainian people who want to defend themselves, they want to preserve their democracy, and they are willing to make the tough fight if we will help them, and the rest of the free world will help them. God bless our president and leaders of a bunch of other countries who said, we're not going to walk away and let Putin have his way and take away the democracy of the people in Ukraine. We're going to help them. And and we're going to help them not by sending, as we did in the Vietnam War, our own young soldiers, sailors, airmen. We're not going to send them to Ukraine to defend the Ukraine. We're going to send them munitions. We're going to send them drones. We're going to send them missiles. We're going to send them ships, aircraft. We'll do that. And that's really all the Ukrainians are asking for. That's all they're asking for. They're asking for that kind of help. We ought to provide it. We ought to provide it. I used to fly missions. I was a naval flight officer, P-3 aircraft mission commander. We used to fly a lot of surveillance missions around the world, track Soviet submarines everywhere across the planet. We also flew a lot of missions off the coast of Vietnam and a lot of missions in the South China Sea. Even the years, decades ago, when I was flying missions with my squadron in the South China Sea, we were concerned about the militarization of the South China Sea by China, and trying to take over islands that were not theirs, that maybe had been claimed by the Philippines and other nations, and the Chinese were taking them over, and with the idea of militarizing them and ultimately making maritime trafficking, moving of ships and aircraft through the South China Sea more and more difficult. We used to fly missions in the Vietnam War. We used to fly missions out of Vietnam. By the time in '68, I was commissioned in '68. By that time, we pulled a lot of land-based aircraft, B-52s, P-3s, which is land-based aircraft with the Navy. We pulled them out of Vietnam, and we flew our missions out of Thailand, Utapao, big Air Force base. We flew missions out of Taiwan, places in the southern part of the island, Tainan, which is an Air Force base in Taiwan. And I had a chance to be deployed there from time to time. Got to know some of the people who lived in Taiwan. Wonderful people, lovely people. And you know what they were concerned about? All those years ago, they were concerned about China coming in and taking them over, trying to take away their independence. And not just militarize the South China Sea and to transform a bunch of islands into bases, if you will, for the Chinese military, but to actually take over a democratic country that's never been a part of China and make them do the bidding of China. Mark my word, if Vladimir Putin is successful in prevailing in the Ukraine, if he's successful, Taiwan will be next. As sure as I'm standing here today, President Xi, the leader of China, who says Taiwan is theirs, he'll be right into the hunt, right into the fight. And we have and could trigger a real world conflict between them and us. Wouldn't be good for either of us, but we would, I think, be beholden to defend Taiwan. But why don't we bring a halt to that idea of China getting involved and trying to come after Taiwan? Why don't we just, and having to commit our own troops, why don't we just take care of it by making sure that the people of Ukraine, have the ships, the aircraft, the tanks, the missiles, the armament that they need to prevail on their own against Russia. We wouldn't have to commit our own troops. Wouldn't have to worry about the kind of body bags that came back from Vietnam when I was serving in the Vietnam War. We would end up with a free Ukraine, and I think we'd have a much better chance of making sure that the folks in Taiwan would continue to enjoy their independence as well. I'm wearing a lapel pin here that people ask me about from time to time, even today. I say, what kind of a lapel pin is that? It's an American flag, and it's a Ukrainian flag as well. And a couple of days after Russia invaded the Ukraine, I sent somebody over from my staff to the Ukrainian embassy to get this lapel pin. I've worn it every day since. Every day since. And I get a lot of people. I go back and forth on the train, as my colleagues know. Live in Delaware, go back and forth on the train almost every day. And it's amazing how many people I run into on the train, at the train stations, or traveling around the country. And they'll say, what is that? What is that you're wearing? And when I explain it, I don't recall one person ever saying, you shouldn't wear that, or that's a bad idea. People say, good for you. Good for you, and we ought to help them. Presiding officer may recall a couple of months ago when In fact, this year, and maybe last year, President Zelensky came here, not to this chamber, but he came into the Senate chamber, the old Senate chamber, just down the hall. And he spoke in a closed room to members of the Senate, Democrats and Republicans, and a very emotional, very compelling language. We laid out the situation that they faced, laid out how important our support was, and how grateful that they were for us willing to stand by them, stand up for them. And his speech was interrupted any number of times by standing ovations by Democrats and by Republicans. I happened to be sitting right in front of his podium where he was speaking, about as far away as our stenographer was standing from me today. And during the course of his speech, a couple of times we had eye contact, and I think I tried to give him encouragement in a sort of way, and I think I did. But when it was over, he walked away from the podium, and I walked up to him, and I shook his hand, and I hugged him. And I don't get to hug national leaders every day, but I hugged him, and he hugged me. And I said to him, "You're a hero." I said to him, "You're a hero." And he reached over and he touched my lapel pin, and he said to me in response, he said, "No." He said, "You are our heroes." He said, "You are our heroes." Now, I just want to say, in the months that have passed since then, when we have floundered, kind of washed around and trying to figure out, are we going to continue to provide aid and support for Ukraine? And I thought, he was back a couple of months later, and I had a chance to talk to him again. And again, he said, "You are a hero. You are heroes." Talking about us in this body and in the House of Representatives. And I said to my staff later that day and my colleagues later that day, I said, "You know, it's funny, I don't feel much like a hero." There's a couple of months ago when he was here. I don't feel much, because we were on the verge of like pulling the plug on the aid, the assistance we're going to provide to the Ukraine. There's a very real chance that we could pull the plug, take away the help, and Putin and the Russians would just move in and take over. And I didn't feel like a hero with that sort of staring us in the face. When we leave this week and go back to our districts, our states, our homes across the country, and reflect back on what we've done, what we've decided, I want to feel like a hero. I want all of us to feel like a hero or a heroine, and deserve to be feeling that way. There was I'm a great student of World War II, and some of my colleagues are as well. And remember a time when Churchill was leading the Allied world and rising and standing up and warning against the threat that Germany faced, provided for the rest of us, and urging us to be brave and be strong, be vigilant, come to the aid of Europe. There was another guy named Chamberlain, who was, his name is sort of thought of in terms of appeasement. Churchill, engage, defend, be strong. Chamberlain, appease. We have a chance here to be more like Chamberlain, more like Churchill, more like Churchill, and less like Chamberlain. And I hope and pray when we vote here today, maybe even tomorrow, that's exactly what we'll do. I want us to make not just the folks of Ukraine and Taiwan and other, I don't want them just to be grateful. I want the people that we serve who elect us and send us here, I want them to be proud of what we've done and the work that we've done on their behalf and on behalf of these other countries who need our help. We are the beacon for democracy for the world. Our Constitution is the longest living Constitution in the history of the world. It basically lays out how a democracy should operate, and for all these years we have. We need to hold that to our heart, and we need to do the right thing. The last point I'd say is this: my mom was a deeply religious woman. I've shared this with some of my colleagues before. She would drag my sister and me in West Virginia, coal mining town in West Virginia. She'd drag us to church every Sunday morning, every Sunday night, every Wednesday night, and even on Thursday night. And then we'd go home and she'd turn on TV and we'd watch Billy Graham on television. She wanted us to have a deep faith, but she really wanted us to hold dear the golden rule, the idea that we should treat other people the way we want to be treated. How would we want to be treated if we were the Ukrainian people today? How would we want to be treated if we were the Taiwanese people today, facing the kind of threats that they face? We would want the rest of the world, the rest of the free world, to come to their aid. Not just send troops, not just in fighter pilots and all, but give them the tools that they need to take on this fight and to win it. When we do that, if we do that, and I'm encouraged that we will, we'll deserve the word of President Zelensky when he said, you are our hero. You are our hero. Let's be that hero. Thank you very much. I yield back.
Wow.
Thank you, Mr. President. And with respect to my colleagues who voted in the other direction on this particular piece of legislation, let me offer some serious concerns about the direction we're headed as a country and about what this vote represents in terms of American readiness, American capacity to defend itself and its allies in the future, and most importantly, the American leadership's ability to acknowledge where we really are as a country, our strengths, our weaknesses, what can be built upon, and what must be rebuilt entirely. I am extraordinarily aware of a couple of historical analogies that should inform this debate. One that seems to always inform the debate, and another that seems to never come up. Now, opponents of further aid in Ukraine, and I count myself among them, say that this is a Chamberlain versus Churchill kind of moment. And you just heard my distinguished colleague from Delaware make this observation. With no disrespect to my friend from Delaware, we need to come up with some different analogies in this chamber. We need to be able to understand history as not just World War II replaying itself over and over and over again. Vladimir Putin is not Adolf Hitler. Doesn't mean he's a good guy, but he has significantly less capability than the German leader did in the late 1930s. America is not America of the late 1930s or the early 1940s. We possess substantially less manufacturing might in relative terms than we did almost 100 years ago. And most importantly, there are many ways in which the analogy falls apart, even if you ignore America's capacity, Russia's capacity, and the like. There are ways in which we should be looking at other historical analogies, and I'd like to point just to a couple of those right now. The Second World War, of course, was the most devastating war, arguably, in the history of the world. Close behind it is the First World War. And what is the lesson of the First World War? It's not that there are always people appeasing the bad guys or fighting against the bad guys. The lesson of World War I is that if you're not careful, you can blunder yourself into a broader regional conflict that kills tens of millions of people, many of them innocent. In 1914, alliances, politics, and the failure of statesmanship dragged two rival blocs of militaries into a catastrophic conflict. In the past week alone, the Council on Foreign Relations has published an essay calling for European troops to sustain Ukraine's lines as Ukraine struggles to raise troops. Some European leaders have said they might send troops to support Ukraine in a conflict. Perhaps the history lesson we should be teaching ourselves isn't Chamberlain versus Churchill. Perhaps we should be asking ourselves how an entire continent, how an entire world's set of leaders allowed itself to blunder into world conflict. Is there possibly a diplomatic solution to the conflict in Ukraine? Yes, I believe that there is. Indeed, as multiple people, both critics of Vladimir Putin and supporters of Ukraine, have pointed out, there was in fact a peace deal on the table approximately 18 months ago, and what happened to it? The Biden administration pushed Zelensky to set aside the peace agreement and to engage in a disastrous counteroffensive, a counteroffensive that killed thousands, tens of thousands of Ukrainians, that depleted an entire decade's worth of military stocks and has left us in the place that we are now, where every single objective observer of the Ukraine war acknowledges today that the war is going worse for Ukraine than it was 18 months ago. Could we have avoided it? Yes, we could, Mr. President, and we should have avoided it. We would have saved a lot of lives, we would have saved a lot of American weapons, and we would have had this country in a much, much more stable and much better place if we had. Now, there's another historical analogy that I think that's worth pointing out, and that is the historical analogy of the early 2000s. Now, in 2003, I was a high school senior, and I had a political position back then. I believed the propaganda of the George W. Bush administration that we needed to invade Iraq, that it was a war for freedom and democracy, that those who were appeasing Saddam Hussein were inviting a broader regional conflict. Does that sound familiar to anything that we're hearing today? It's the same exact talking points 20 years later with different names. But have we learned anything over the last 20 years? No, I don't think that we have. We have learned that if we beat our chest instead of engage in diplomacy, that it will somehow produce good outcomes. That is not true. We learned that if we talk incessantly about World War II, we can bully people and cause them to ignore their basic moral impulses and lead the country straight into catastrophic conflict. Now, it's one of the great ironies of my time in the United States Senate for the last 18 months. I've been accused by multiple people of being a stooge of Vladimir Putin. Well, I take issue to that because in 2003, yes, I made the mistake of supporting the Iraq War. I also, a couple months later, enlisted in the United States Marine Corps, one of two kids from my small block on McKinley Street in Middletown, Ohio, to enlist in the Marines just that year. I served my country honorably, and I saw when I went to Iraq that I had been lied to, that the promises of the foreign policy establishment of this country were a complete joke. Just a few days ago, we saw our friends in the House waving Ukrainian flags on the floor of the United States House, which I'd love to see them waving the American flags with such gusto. And I won't complain about the fact that it was a violation of the rules of decorum, though it certainly was. But it reminded me, and I believe 2005, maybe it was 2006, when that same exact chamber, the members were raising their fingers, stained with purple ink, to commemorate the incredible Iraqi elections that had happened in 2005. I was in Iraq for both the constitutional referendum of October of 2005 and the parliamentary elections of December 2005. And I remember the people in Iraq happily voting, raising their fingers in the air. What I'm saying is not that the people of Iraq were bad, or that they were bad for voting in their elections. What I'm saying is the obsessive focus on moralism. Democracy is good. Saddam Hussein is bad. America good. Tyranny bad. That is no way to run a foreign policy, because then you end up with people waving their fingers on the floor of the United States House of Representatives, even though they have walked their country into a disaster. And I say this as a proud Republican. I say this as somebody who supports Republican colleagues who agree with me and disagree with me on this issue. It is perhaps the most shameful period in the Republican Party's history of the last 40 years that we supported George W. Bush in the prosecution of that military conflict. Now, my excuse is that I was a high school senior. What is the excuse of many people who were in this chamber or in the House of Representatives at the time and are now singing the exact same song when it comes to Ukraine? Have we learned nothing? Have we updated nothing about our mental thinking, about the standard that we apply for when we should get involved in military conflicts? Have we learned nothing about how precarious and precious U.S. life is and other life around the world, and that we should be a little bit more careful about protecting it? Back then, in 2003, we actually had an anti-war left in this country. Now nobody really is anti-war. Nobody's worried about prosecuting military conflicts overseas. Nobody seems to worry about unintended consequences. But Iraq had a lot of unintended consequences. A lot of consequences that were maybe foreseen by a few smart people, a lot of them that weren't foreseen by anybody. One of which is that we gave Iran a regional ally instead of a regional competitor. Did George W. Bush stand before the American people and say, we're going to invade this country and give one of our strongest enemies in the region a massive regional ally? Did we think that 20 years later, Iraq would become a base to attack American troops in the Middle East? Did we think it would empower one of the most dangerous regimes in that area of the world? We're now funding Israel, as I think that we should, to defend itself against attacks that are originating in Iran, when the same people who are calling for more war all over the world were the same people who caused us to start a war that empowered Iran. There's a certain irony in this, a certain sadness that I have, that we never seem to learn the lessons of the past. We never seem to ask ourselves why it is that we keep on screwing up American foreign policy, why it is that we keep on making our country weaker, even though we say that we intend to make it stronger. Here's another thing that we should learn from the Iraq War, something that I, as a Christian, care a lot about, and I think that even many of my colleagues who are not Christians, many of my fellow Americans who are not Christians, should care about. The United States remains, to this day, the world's largest majority Christian nation. We are the largest Christian nation by population in the entire world. And yet, what are the fruits? By your fruits ye shall know them, the Bible tells us. What are the fruits of American foreign policy when it comes to Christian populations all over the world over the last few decades? Well, in Iraq, before we invaded, there were 1.5 million Christians in Iraq, many of them ancient communities, Chaldeans, people who trace their lineage and their ancestors to people who knew the literal apostles of Jesus Christ. Now, nearly every single one of those historical Christian communities is gone. That is the fruits of American labor in Iraq, a regional ally of Iran, and the eradication and decimation of one of the oldest Christian communities in the world. Is that what we were told was going to happen? Did the American people, the world's largest majority Christian nation in the world, did they think that's what they were getting themselves into? I certainly didn't, and I'm ashamed that I didn't, but we did. We did all of those things because we weren't thinking about how war and conflict lead to unexpected places. Now, it sounds far-fetched, I'm sure, when we apply these lessons to the Ukraine conflict. Certainly, this has no risk of spilling over into a broader regional or even world conflict. Well, certainly not, in fact. I was being sarcastic. It obviously does. As European allies propose sending troops to fight Vladimir Putin, drawing NATO further into this conflict, yes, the Ukraine war threatens to become a broader regional conflict. What about the assault on traditional Christian communities? Just today, the Ukrainian parliament is considering enacting a law that would dispossess large numbers of Christian churches and Christian communities in the country of Ukraine. Now, they say it's because these churches are too close to Russia. That's what they say. And maybe some of the churches are too close to Russia, but you don't deprive an entire religious community of their religious freedom because some of its adherents don't agree with you about the relevant conflict of the day. I believe, standing here, that this war will eventually lead to the displacement of a massive Christian community in Ukraine, and that will be our shame. Our shame in this chamber for not seeing it coming, our shame in this chamber for doing nothing to stop it, our shame for refusing to use the hundreds of billions of dollars that we send to Ukraine as leverage to ensure and guarantee real religious freedom. The other thing, one final point on this historical contingency point. It was true then, and it was true today, there's this weird way where the debate in this country has gotten warped, where people can't engage in good faith disagreement with our Ukraine policy. You will immediately be attacked for being on the wrong team, for being on the wrong side. I remember as a young conservative high schooler how opponents from the conservative side of the Iraq War, well, you're just all for Saddam Hussein. And you believe that Saddam Hussein should be allowed to continue to brutalize the Iraqi people. You have no love for these innocent Iraqi people. You don't believe in America. And the same exact arguments are being applied today, that you're a fan of Vladimir Putin if you don't like our Ukraine policy, or you're a fan of some terrible, tyrannical idea because you think maybe America should be more focused on the border of its own country than on someone else's. This war fever, this inability for us to actually process what's going on in our world to make rational decisions is the scariest part of this entire debate. You see people who served their country, who have been advocating for good public policies, agree or disagree with them for their entire careers, smeared as agents of a foreign government simply because they don't like what we're doing in Ukraine. That's not good faith debate. That is slander, and it's the type of slander that's going to lead us to make worse and worse decisions. It should make us all feel pretty weird when you see your fellow Americans making an argument, and the response to that argument is not, well, no, here's why you're wrong, or here's substantively why I disagree with you, but they fling their finger in your face and say, you're a Putin puppet. You're an asset of a foreign regime. This way of making decisions democratically is how we bankrupt this country and start a third world war. We should stop doing it. So let me make some arguments for why our Ukraine policy doesn't make any sense. The first, we do not have the manufacturing base to support a land war in Europe. This must be appreciated. And it's interesting, Mr. President, when I was making this argument that we didn't have the manufacturing base to support a military conflict in Eastern Europe, to support a military conflict in East Asia, and then also to actually support our own national defense, that America was spread too thin, I was commonly met 18 months ago with a very common rejoinder. I was told that the Ukraine war represented a fraction of American GDP, that we could do everything all at once and it would not stress America's capabilities. Now, everyone seems to agree with me. Now, everyone seems to acknowledge that we are severely limited, not in the number of dollars that we can send to Ukraine, though there are limits there, but in the number of weapons, of artillery shells and missiles, that we don't make enough of the critical weapons of war to send them to all four corners of the world and also keep ourselves safe. But people will say, well, JD is right. We need to rebuild the defense industrial base. We need to rebuild our capacity to manufacture weapons. But now the desire and the need to manufacture more weapons is an argument for the Ukraine conflict instead of an argument against it. It's interesting how advocates of this conflict always find a new justification when the justification of a few months ago falls apart. So let's deal with some very cold, hard facts. The Ukrainians have argued publicly, their defense minister has said this, that they require thousands of air defense interceptor missiles every single year in order to keep themselves safe from Russian attack. Do we make thousands? No. If this supplemental passes, as I expect it will in a few hours, we will go from making about 550 PAC-3 interceptor missiles to about 650. And there are a few other weapon systems that can provide protection in terms of air defense, but Ukraine's air defenses are being overwhelmed right now because we don't make enough air defenses. Europe doesn't make enough air defenses, and by the way, we're being stretched in multiple different directions. The Israelis need them to push back against Iranian attacks. The Ukrainians need them to push back against Russian attacks. We, may God forbid, need them, and the Taiwanese would need them if China ever invaded. we don't make enough air defense weapons, and neither do the Europeans. And so rather than stretching ourselves too thin, America should be focused on the task of diplomacy and making it possible for our friends and our allies to do as much as they can, but to recognize the limitations and to ensure that we, most of all, our own people and our own country, can look after our own defense. But it's not just air defense missiles. 155 millimeter artillery shells. These are one of the most critical weapons for the land war in Europe, maybe the single most critical weapon for the land war in Europe. The United States makes a fraction of what the Ukrainians need. And if you combine what the United States needs with what the what the United States provides, with what the Europeans are able to provide and what other figures are able to provide, we are massively limited in whether we can help Ukraine close the gap that it currently has with Russia. Now, you've heard senior figures in our defense administration say that unless this bill passes, the Ukrainians will face a 10-to-1 disadvantage when it comes to critical munitions like artillery. 10-to-1. What gets less headlines is that currently the Ukrainians have a 5-to-1 disadvantage, and there is no credible pathway to give them anything close to parity. And I'm not even talking about this year, I'm talking about next year too. During a conversation with a senior national security official of the Biden administration, I was told that if the United States radically ramps up production, and if the Europeans radically ramp up production, the Ukrainians will have a 4-to-1 disadvantage in artillery by the end of 2025. And that was treated as good news. You cannot win a land war in Europe with a 4-to-1 disadvantage in artillery, especially when the country that you're going up against has 4 times the population that you do. And of course, the most important resource in war, even in modern war, is not just air defense missiles and is not just artillery shells. The most important resource is human beings. Human beings still fight our wars, as tragic as that is, and as much as we wish that it wasn't true, and Ukraine has a terrible manpower problem too. The New York Times recently wrote a story about how they had conscripted, perhaps accidentally, I certainly hope so, they had conscripted a mentally handicapped person into service in their conflict. They have now dropped the conscription age, and still they are engaged in draconian measures to conscript people into this conflict. That says nothing about the fact, by the way, that approximately 600,000 military-aged men fled the country. This war is often compared, as I said earlier, to the UK's fight against Nazi Germany. In the height of World War II, did over 1 million Brits leave Britain to avoid being conscripted by the Germans? I highly doubt it. So there is a deep reserve problem, a reserve of weapons, there aren't enough of them, a reserve of manpower, there aren't enough men. This is the problem that Ukraine confronts. And I say this not to attack the Ukrainians who fought admirably. Many of them defending their country, many of them have died defending their country. But if we want to respect the sacrifice of the people who have died in this conflict, we have to deal with reality. And the reality is that the longer this goes on, the more people will needlessly die, the fewer people will actually be left to rebuild the country of Ukraine, and the less capable Ukraine will be of actually functioning as a country in the future. But I'm not just worried about that. I'm not just worried about whether Ukraine can win. I also worry about, as I said earlier, unintended consequences. And now we should spend a little bit of time discussing some more of those. A few things come from our obsessive focus on Ukraine. Number one, we have, at multiple levels in this Congress, passed pieces of legislation that deal with Ukraine that attempt to explicitly curtail the diplomacy powers of the next presidential administration. Now, I know we don't often talk so directly about politics, and I'm sure I disagree with my friends on the other side of the aisle, about who the next president should be. But we want to empower the next president, whoever that is, to actually engage in diplomacy, not make it harder to engage in diplomacy. And multiple provisions of this legislation, but also other legislation this chamber has passed and I have opposed, try explicitly to tie the next president's hands. And so let's just say that the next president, whoever that might be, decides that he wants to stop the killing and engage in diplomacy. This chamber will be giving a predicate to impeach that next president for engaging in basic diplomacy. Hard to imagine a more ridiculous judgment on the priorities of American leadership that we are already trying to make it impossible for the next president to engage in any measure of diplomacy. That's not leadership, and that's not toughness. That is a blind adherence to a broken foreign policy consensus, which is unfortunately exactly what we have. The Ukraine supplemental, that is, again, likely to be passed in the next few hours, funds Ukraine's border while turning a blind eye to the United States' own border crisis. The bill includes hundreds of millions that could be used to strengthen Ukrainian border security and support the State Border Guard Service of Ukraine. Good for them. I'm glad that they care about their own border security. The supplemental extends benefits for Ukrainian parolees in the United States and includes $481 million for refugees and entrant assistance, which could be used in part for the Office of Refugee Resettlement to provide resettlement assistance to Ukrainians arriving in the United States, and also to other organizations who also, because money is fungible, who could resettle other migrants from other countries into our country. So the very same moment that we are supporting the Ukrainians to secure their own border, we're not just ignoring our own border, we are funding NGOs that will worsen Joe Biden's migration crisis. It's completely senseless. And yes, that's what we're doing. Let's talk about something else. This bill includes a provision that is wildly popular called the Repo Act. Now, in short, the Repo Act does something very simple. The Repo Act allows the Treasury Department to seize Russian assets to help them pay for the war. And look, that sounds great. Of course Russia shouldn't have invaded Ukraine, and of course they should have to pay for some of the consequences, all of the consequences that they've created. But ask yourself, are there unintended consequences that come from seizing tens of billions of dollars from foreign assets? And in fact, there are. A number of economists from across the political spectrum have argued that the Repo Act could potentially make it harder to sell U.S. Treasuries. Now, this is something a lot of Americans don't care about. I'm sure their eyes might glaze over a little bit, but this country is running almost $2 trillion deficits every single year. And you ask, where do those $2 trillion come from? They come from selling Treasury bonds on the open market. That's how we pay for the deficit spending in this country. And what happens when people start to worry that U.S. Treasuries are not a good investment? Well, we've already seen the consequences over the last couple of years. Interest rates go up. Inflation goes up. Home mortgages become more expensive. Are we at least a little bit worried that the bond markets could react negatively to us seizing tens of billions or hundreds of billions of dollars of assets? We certainly should be worried about it because we already can't afford the deficit spending in this country to begin with. Treasury yield rates are already extraordinarily high. And thanks to the Biden spending programs, they've actually shown a remarkable stubbornness over the last few months. Here's another unintended consequence. Germany it's an important American ally, and it has, by some standards, the fourth or fifth largest economy in the entire world. A very, very important country, a very important ally, and by the way, a beautiful country with beautiful people. But Germany, under the influence of a series of so-called green energy policies, is rapidly deindustrializing. Germany, by the way, was one of the few countries in the wake of World War II, especially in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, that actually kept its industrial might largely intact. Think about German cars and all the other manufacturing things that come from the country of Germany. Well, Germany is much less powerful in terms of manufacturing today than it was 10 years ago. Why? Because it takes cheap energy to manufacture things. You need cheap energy if you want to manufacture steel. You need cheap energy if you want to manufacture cars. That's one of the reasons, by the way, the manufacturing economy has done so poorly under the Biden administration, is because our energy policies don't make any sense. But Germany should be told that the United States will not subsidize its ridiculous energy policies and its policies that weaken German manufacturing. We should send a message to the Germans that they've got to manufacture their own weapons, they have to field their own army, and they have the priority, and they have the responsibility to defend Europe from Vladimir Putin or anyone else. I ask the question, how many mechanized brigades could the German army field today? By some estimates, the answer is 0. By other estimates, the answer is 1. So the fourth most powerful economy in the world is unable to field sufficient mechanized brigades to defend itself from Vladimir Putin. Now, this isn't yesterday, this isn't 5 years ago or 10 years ago. This is yesterday. So for 3 years, the Europeans have told us that Vladimir Putin is an existential threat to Europe. And for 3 years, they have failed to respond as if that were actually true. Donald Trump famously told European nations they have to spend more on their own defense. He was chastised by members of this chamber for having the audacity to suggest that Germany should step up and pay for its own defense. Even today, Germany, by some estimates, fails to hit its 2% of GDP threshold, where it's supposed to spend 2% of its economy on military. And even if it hits that 2% threshold in 2024, it will have hit it barely after literally decades of being chastised. Now, is it fair that the Americans are forced to front this burden? I don't think that it is, but I'm actually more worried, I'm less worried about the fairness, I should say, and I'm more worried about the signal this sends to Europe. If we keep on carrying a substantial share of the military burden, if we keep on giving the Europeans everything that they want, they're never going to become self-sufficient and they're never going to produce sufficient weapons so that they can defend their own country. You hear all the time from folks who support endless funding to Ukraine that unless we send resources to Ukraine, Vladimir Putin will march all the way to Berlin or Paris. Well, first of all, this doesn't make any sense. Vladimir Putin can't get to Western Ukraine. How is he going to get all the way to Paris? And second of all, if Vladimir Putin is a threat to Germany and France, if he's a threat to Berlin and Paris, then they should spend more money on military equipment. Some of my fellow Americans have been lucky enough to travel to Europe. It's a beautiful place. But one of the things that Europeans often say about Americans is that we have way too many guns and way too little health care. Well, one of the reasons why we have less health care access than the Europeans do is because we subsidize their military and their defense. If the Europeans were forced to step up and provide for their own security, we could actually take care of some more domestic problems at home. But no, too many in this chamber have decided that we should police the entire world, the American taxpayer be damned. Let me make one final point here. I'm cognizant that I have colleagues who wish to speak. Can I ask, Mr. President, how much time do I have?
The senator has 28 minutes remaining.
Okay, great. I see my colleague from Florida, so I will be relatively brief here. For 40 years, this country has made largely, I'd say it, a bipartisan mistake. It has allowed our manufacturing might to get offshored and to get outsourced while simultaneously increasing the commitments that we have all over the world. We've basically outsourced our ability to manufacture critical weapons while stepping up our responsibilities to police the world. And of course, if we're going to police the world, then it's American troops who need those weapons. So with one hand, we have weakened our own country, and with the other, we have overextended. There is a certain irony that if you look at the voting records and the commitments of this chamber, the people who have been most aggressive, my colleagues, some of them my friends, who have been most aggressive in sending our good manufacturing jobs to China are now the ones who are most aggressive and assert that we can police the world. Well, what are we supposed to police the world with? Our artillery manufacturing, our weapons, our air defense manufacturing, our basic military industrial complex has become incredibly weakened, and this bill, you'll hear people say fixes it. It doesn't fix it at all. In fact, this bill, while it does invest some, and this is a good thing, by the way, it's not all bad, while it does invest some in critical manufacturing of American weapons, it sends those weapons overseas faster than it even replenishes them. This is not a bill to rebuild the defense industrial base. This is a bill to further extend this country. With that, Mr. President, I will yield, recognizing that my friend from Florida wants to speak, and I appreciate it.
Mr. President.
Senator from Florida.
Mr. President, I want to thank my colleague from Ohio for his hard work and his commitment to making sure he protects our country. President Biden has shown the American people that he will pander to his anti-Semitic base over supporting Israel. Israel, one of America's greatest allies, and the only democracy in the Middle East. The only democracy in the Middle East. One of President Biden's first action was to resurrect the failed Iran deal. And since then, he has greenlit billions of dollars in sanctions relief to Iran, the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism. His pandering can be seen in our cities and on college campuses where radical extremists rally violently in support of Hamas and the extermination of the Jewish people. This cancer has taken over the Democrat Party and caused violence against our Jewish communities. President Biden has made clear with his decisions that the American people cannot trust his administration. I certainly do not, which is why I'm highly concerned that without proper safeguards, the Biden administration will use this aid package as leverage against our great ally, Israel. On October 7th, Israel-backed Hamas terrorists burned people alive in their homes, beheaded babies, raped women and young girls, and murdered parents in front of their children. They brutally murdered 1,200 innocent people in Israel, including Americans. And 200 days since the attacks are still holding 8 Americans and more than 100 other innocent people hostage in Gaza. I was in Israel last month, my 6th visit to the Jewish state in my years as Florida's governor and now U.S. Senator, and helped lead the charge in the Senate to support our great ally, Israel. I have voted for the Israel aid in this bill, only to see it fail in the Senate with all Democrats voting against it. For years, I have voted for significant funding for the Iron Dome, David Sling, and other key military assets that help Israel defend itself from Iran-backed terrorism. And my lead in the Stop Taxpayer Funding of Hamas Act, to condition aid to Gaza on the releases of hostages, ensure that we don't send a single dollar, not a single dollar of American taxpayer money to Gaza unless the president certifies that it won't end up in the hands of Hamas terrorists. Pretty simple ask. Unfortunately, Senate Democrats have blocked this bill from consideration or passage in the Senate 3 separate times, including when I tried to include it in the Senate-passed foreign aid supplemental in February. It should not be difficult to say that we won't risk even $1 of American taxpayer money going to Hamas and pass common sense legislation to stop that from happening. That shouldn't be hard. This is what makes me so angry and worried about our country. We have a president that is a fool who is stuck in a war that is raging, not overseas, but within the Democrat Party right here in America. Joe Biden has ignited a civil war within the Democrat Party because he is allowing, and in some cases actively encouraging, the takeover of his party by Hamas-loving terrorist sympathizers. Frankly, there are still some Democrats that oppose this takeover and continue to stand with Israel. But they are very few, and their voices are being drowned out by the scream of anti-Semitic hate from the radical Hamas lovers in Michigan and New York. We cannot avoid the hard truth here. Joe Biden is destroying U.S. foreign policy in an attempt to pacify Democrats who support terrorism. They have chanted death to America in Iran for years, but now Democrat activists are chanting it in New York and Michigan. Look at what is happening at Columbia University. How is this happening in the United States of America? But Democrats are letting this happen because Michigan is crucial for Biden to win. He knows he is losing there, so he's bending over backward to support the small minority of people in Michigan who support terrorism. And he's doing it hoping it will help him win re-election. I want to stress this because it shows the American people exactly what is wrong with the platform of my colleagues across the aisle. Every single day we hear Democrats scream about protecting democracy and how democracy is under attack. And while they love to point fingers at Republicans as being responsible for this, the truth is that it's them. Between Israel and Hamas, which do you think is a stronger example of democracy? Pretty simple answer. Hamas hates everything that Americans support, especially democracy. If you're a woman, if you're gay, if you like equality, democracy, freedom of speech, none of these things is supported by Hamas. None of them. And some of them will get you killed by Hamas. All of them are supported by Israel. But Democrats are so obsessed with winning an election, they've taken the fringe radicals of their party and put them front and center stage. Think about that. Democrats are so terrified of the Hamas-loving lunatics in New York City and in Michigan, they're tearing down the only true democracy in the Middle East and propping up a terror organization that, if given power again, will create one of the most oppressive regimes in the world. Democrats are giving power and voices to people who support terrorism. It's so bad that over the weekend, Jewish students at Columbia University in New York City were told to go home and not return to campus because it's not safe for them. They were told to go home and not return to campus because it's not safe for them. Jewish students at Columbia University in New York City, of all places, are not safe because the campus is being overrun by dangerous pro-Hamas extremists. Is anyone paying attention? Look at what is happening in our country. We have a president of the United States who is leading a Democrat Party that is cowering to the radical left of their party in a disgusting and dangerous attempt to get votes from Hamas sympathizers. And his cowering means that all over our country, even in New York City, Jewish Americans aren't safe. No one, not one member of the United States Senate should be okay with what is happening in our country today. I know that terrorists are being glorified at Columbia University right now. But let me remind my Democrat colleagues who Hamas is as we consider a bill that could provide billions of dollars in aid to these monsters. When I was in Israel, I saw the absolute evil of Israel's enemies, Hamas, Hezbollah, all backed by Iran, and their brutality. Hamas stormed into Israel on October 7th and murdered Jewish people who were killed for one reason, just for being Jewish. I stood in the places where it happened, where the blood of these innocent Jewish people still stains the floors and the walls of their homes and the streets where they once lived and played. When Hamas stormed in, they raped women, murdered families, and butchered and beheaded babies. You cannot imagine. Hamas burned parents alive in front of their children. They dragged people out of their homes and are now holding them hostage. What happened on October 7th horrified the world and struck me personally. One of the places where I saw the devastations of Hamas terror was Kfar Aza. It wasn't the first time I had visited that small kibbutz. In 2019, my wife Ann and I visited Kfar Aza for the first time. As early reports were coming out, I was really worried about the kibbutz because of its proximity to Gaza. It's about a half a mile away. You can see Gaza right there. It's right there, half a mile away, open fields. And when I heard the news that it was the site of some of the most horrific and barbaric activities, my heart just sank. I wanted to vomit. In 2019, my wife and I had spent an afternoon there, and it was the most peaceful place. I keep thinking about the moms and kids who were playing outside, enjoying the warm summer weather. It is gut-wrenching to think of the fate of the families we met that day. I spoke with Chin, the woman who led our tour of the kibbutz. She was traveling outside of Israel that day and fortunately survived. When I was in Israel a few weeks ago, I talked with Shen and other people who experienced the attack firsthand and thankfully survived. And they told me what happened to them, their families, and friends. I saw parents setting up memorials at the Nova Music Festival, site for their children who have been taken hostage or murdered. I stood in a destroyed home and listened to the last words of a young Israeli woman via audio recording as she talked to her father before Hamas gunned her down. I met with the families of American hostages whose devastation and grief is overwhelming. I saw firsthand what Israel faces from Iran and its proxies and what they would do to us too if they could. They will absolutely do it to us. I have placed a poster outside my office that features the faces of the hostages being held by Hamas. I'm not going to take it down until they all come home. I've been clear that we cannot see a ceasefire until every Hamas terrorist is dead. I want every single one of them dead. I know I said this before, but I won't stop saying what Hamas did. These monsters beheaded children and babies, raped girls, burned innocent civilians alive, shot people at point blank just because they were Jewish. They dragged innocent people through the streets and are now holding them as hostages in Gaza, which these terrorists absolutely control. It is unimaginable that the United States would ever consider sending money to a place where we absolutely know that it will be used to help terrorists who are holding American hostages. But it is exactly what this bill does today. Mr. President, I want to make sure everyone understands what I am saying here, which is a fact. Every dollar that goes to Gaza directly benefits Hamas. I've spent every day since October 7th telling the stories of those being held hostage in Gaza by Iran-backed Hamas terrorists. And as I said, I have a poster outside my office that features the faces of the hostages being held by Hamas. I'm not going to take it down until they're all released. It has been 200 days since the attacks, and some parents are still waiting for their children to come home. Can you imagine a parent waiting for their child to come home? Little baby Kafir Babis' first birthday was spent as a hostage in Gaza. His 4-year-old brother Ariel, he's a beautiful little boy, is still being held hostage. I have a milk carton in my office that has Ariel's picture on it. I see it every day, and it makes me think of my own grandkids. Kafir and Ariel's parents have been waiting for 200 days to hold their babies again. Can you imagine? Sadly, we have heard horrible reports that these innocent children may no longer be alive. It just makes you sick to think about it, and you think about your own family. And while Israel is dealing with the recovery from these attacks in its own countries, it is still fighting the terrorists that want to destroy it. It is still fighting with these terrorists that want to destroy every Jew and destroy Israel. So here's the other takeaway from my recent trip to Israel. In meetings with Prime Minister Netanyahu and Israeli leaders, I saw that while Israel is still dealing with the recovery of its own people, they're also overseeing incredible and unprecedented work to preserve civilian life and get aid into Gaza. War is hell. Tragedies happen, and we wish we could prevent all of them. We wish there could be zero civilian impact of war, but that's simply not possible. When tragic incidents occur, we are right to expect accountability. Israel has shown full accountability for every misstep taken as it fights for its existence against brutal Iran-backed terrorism. Israel is doing more to prevent civilian deaths than any war-fighting nation has been expected to do in history, and taking responsibility when tragic incidents happen. But it seems that accountability from Israel is not enough for President Biden. It's not enough for the Democrats. It is insane to me that the same president who has never held anyone accountable for the deaths of 13 American warriors at Abbey Gate in Afghanistan and never held anyone accountable for the deaths of an innocent Afghan family killed in a U.S. drone strike during his botched Afghanistan withdrawal, is openly attacking Israel for mistakes that it is taking full responsibility for. When President Biden and Democrats again and again attack Israel and talk about sanctions on the IDF, they do the bidding of Iran and Hamas. Let us all remember who the enemy is. Let's all remember who the enemy is and has always been. The evil, terror-supporting regime in Iran. Since its first days, the Biden administration has emboldened Iran with appeasement, freeing billions and billions and billions of dollars to fuel Iran's support of terrorism and turning its back on Israel. Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East and one of America's strongest allies. But it took President Biden months to meet or speak with Prime Minister Netanyahu after he took office, and the world took notice. Since October 7th, President Biden and Democrats in Washington have continued to undermine Israel's fight against Iran-backed Hamas terrorists, further isolating our ally in its greatest time of need. America and the freedom-loving nations of the world are less safe and secure because of President Biden's weakness and appeasement of evil regimes and the terror each support. Now the Senate wants to again pass legislation that gives billions of dollars to Gaza, which is 100% run by Hamas. 100% run by Hamas. Now, I'm not opposed to humanitarian aid for the people of war-torn places like Gaza, but I'm not okay with giving aid that has even the slightest possibility of going to terrorists that want to destroy Israel and the United States. I'm especially disturbed by the idea of giving aid that could go to terrorists that want to destroy Israel and the United States, who are also at this point, holding American hostages. Can you imagine giving aid to a country that anybody that wants to hold American hostages? Why would we do that? How is that a minority opinion in the United States Senate? How has the Democrat Party fallen so far to the radical pro-Hamas lunatics in its base that saying, no, we won't provide humanitarian aid unless we can certify that it won't go to terrorists that are holding American hostages is not an okay position to take. Okay position to even vote on. The 8 Americans that are being held hostage by Hamas have been held in captivity for 200 days. We believe 5 are still alive and 3 are dead. And Hamas is holding their bodies and robbing their families of the ability to bury their loved ones. Even when we know they're dead, Hamas holds their bodies. Do we see President Biden or senior members of his administration and Democrats in Washington talking about that every day? Absolutely not. What we do see from Democrats is that they continue to attack Israel, call for the ousting of its democratically elected government. They call for the ousting of its democratically elected government and allow the abandonment of our ally at the United Nations. They abandon our ally, Israel, at the United Nations and on the world stage. And it is disgusting that while they launch these attacks on our ally, Democrats say little or nothing about the fact that American citizens are being held hostage by a brutal terrorist organization that we know is committing horrific sexual abuse against these innocent people. Why has Biden given money to Gazans who are holding American hostages? Why would he do that? Why would we allow Biden to give more money to Gazans who are holding American hostages? When will this stop? Why the heck are we allowing Biden to send more money to Gaza in this bill when we know that every dollar that goes to Gaza funds the terrorism of Hamas? What are we doing to get American hostages released? What's happened? Have we sent the troops in? Have we done anything? Have you heard anything? Have you watched Biden in the Situation Room do anything? Absolutely nothing. I want to stop stating this fact. Every dollar that goes into Gaza directly benefits Hamas. That is the undeniable truth, and it's why I've been fighting for years to pass a simple bill, stop taxpayer funding of Hamas, which simply prevents U.S. taxpayers from going to Gaza unless the Biden administration can certify that not a single cent will go to Hamas. Pretty simple. This isn't a solution in search of a problem. It addresses a very real threat of taxpayer money funding Iran-backed terrorism that seeks to destroy Israel and is holding American hostages. We cannot allow, how can it be fair to allow an American family with a family member being held hostage in Gaza to see their tax dollars go to the same people who are holding their family member hostage? We've seen reports that the Palestinian Authority has been paying over $300 million a year in monthly salaries to terrorist prisoners, in monthly allowances to families of dead terrorists. The Palestinian Authority, who pays terrorists and their families, should not receive U.S. tax dollars. And this bill is going to allow more of that. In 2021, President Biden's State Department said, quote, "We're going to be working in partnership with the United Nations and the Palestinian Authority kind of channel aid there in a manner that does its best to go to the people of Gaza," end quote. The official went on to say, quote, "As we've seen in life, as we all know in life, there are no guarantees, but we're going to do everything that we can to ensure that this assistance reaches the people who need it the most," end quote. The Biden administration thinks the risk of resources going to Hamas terrorists is okay because, quote, "in life there are no guarantees," unquote. I reject that. I do not believe we should leave anything to chance when it comes to preventing U.S. taxpayer dollars. On this. It makes no sense to me. We should aid our ally Israel now. I've been trying to get that done for months. While it is extremely important to continue to fund Israel's defense efforts, as I've fought to do for years, I fear that President Biden will use this as leverage he needs to advance his radical anti-Israel foreign policy to appease the anti-Semites in his own party. I was just in Israel and clearly understood the urgency in delivering aid to Israel. But without safeguards in place to ensure that no money goes to Hamas, or that Biden cannot say, quote, "strings attached," this aid doesn't protect Israel from being forced into an unacceptable compromise with the Biden administration while it's at war. What Prime Minister Netanyahu said is, "give us time and space to destroy Hamas, and we will." Too often in Washington, compromise means that everyone gets what they want, so nobody has to make a tough choice. The bill before the Senate today is a perfect example of this broken way of doing business that has become the norm in Washington. If given the opportunity to vote on these issues independently, as the House did, I would vote to support aid for Israel in a heartbeat with strong safeguards, as I have in the Senate multiple times, all of which have been blocked by Democrats prior to this vote. I would vote to ban TikTok unless we see a total divestment from it by entities controlled by Communist China. I would vote to sanction the evil regime in Iran. I would vote to support aid for Taiwan so it can fend off threats of invasion by Communist China. And I would vote for the Repo Act, which allows for the confiscation of Russian assets, and I'm a proud co-sponsor. Allows President Biden to send billions of dollars of U.S. taxpayer dollars in unaccountable aid to Ukraine. Unaccountable aid to Ukraine, including billions to pay the salaries of Ukrainian politicians. Why are we borrowing our money to pay for the salaries of Ukrainian politicians? It makes no sense for the United States to borrow dollar after dollar after dollar so we can pay the salaries of politicians in Ukraine, while our border is wide open. I've had a red line in the debate about the future of any aid to Ukraine. First, it must be lethal only. And second, any action taken by the United States to secure the borders of Ukraine must be tied by forcing. It's the only way it's going to happen. And you have to force the Biden administration to secure the U.S. southern border. In some of his first actions as President, Joe Biden took multiple executive actions to dismantle the border security policies enacted by President Trump, which created the most secure U.S. southern border in recent history. The catastrophic results of Biden's open border policies are being felt by nearly every American family. Since Biden took office, more than 10 million illegal aliens, unvetted, have unlawfully crossed our border, and more than 6 million have been released into the United States. We have no idea who these people are. Deadly fentanyl, the precursors of which are supplied by Communist China and manufactured by the savage Mexican drug cartels, are killing more than 70,000 Americans every year. Why don't the Democrats care about this? Terrorists and dangerous criminals are coming across the border in droves. Why don't the Democrats care about this? The FBI director admitted to me under oath that we now have terror cells in the United States because of the open southern border. And we've all seen the horror brought to our communities by violent illegal aliens murdering innocent Americans like Lincoln Riley. But the Senate won't have the chance to vote on each bill which passes the House individually. No, we won't have a chance to do that individually, the way it was done in the House, and we're not going to have a chance to change this bill. It's up or down. If you don't like a provision, tough luck. You don't get an amendment vote. It's a sad day for our body to be shut out of the process like this. While some politicians will claim that the bill before the Senate today is some magic bullet that will restore order and protect democracy across the world, we know that's a lie. Most bills have some good policy. This one is no different. However, I cannot bring myself to look the other way and vote for policies that will in many ways prolong the suffering that Biden's weaknesses and appeasement have caused for Americans and our friends and allies around the world each and every day. Mr. President, I yield to my, my colleague from Utah. And I retain the balance of my time.